Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Hello, Feng. Hello, Malicious McPie. Hello. I'm feeling much better today. I feel like there should be a lot less cough today. Still some cough left, I think. But yeah, I'm feeling much better today. I wanted to play Resident Evil 4, but I cannot resist the thing that is called Tekken 8. Tekken 8 too good. I want to play more Tekken 8. So here I am playing more Tekken 8. Now today I want to go on a bit of an online play today. Yeah, I want to play more online because yesterday was all about story, offline content, and now yeah, I want to play some online ranked. I'll probably play some Reina and also some Kuma probably. Yeah, I'll play these two characters, and I also have like another character that I want to try out. Dragunov maybe a bit of Dragunov because Dragunov cool, right? I want to try out Dragunov maybe, but I think today it will be mainly just me doing ranked. Yeah, it will be just me mainly doing ranked. Let's do it. I want to play Tekken 8. I don't want to wait and minimize all these. Okay, there we go. I mean, I do hope there's some people playing online rank, to be honest. I don't know, because it's still Friday. It's Friday afternoon. It is now 12:16. So, I don't know. Hopefully there's some people playing. I hope. I mean, there might be people like me, right? Who's not working but playing Tekken 8 instead. Wow. I wonder if there's mod support for this game now. I heard there's mod support for Power World already. I've seen some custom models in Power World. I'm quite interested. Also, there's one thing I did very stupidly, right? I don't know why, but I have my microphone levels on 51% only. So that's why for the past 2 streams, I was very soft. My voice was barely heard. So it's a bit of an awkward side, but it's okay. It should be okay now. Let me try this. I want to start with Reina. Because Reina is like the hard character here. Stinky. Hello, Evie. Sorry. I'm okay. I'm actually a lot more better today. A lot more better today. Hey, Evie. Welcome. I want to play some online today. Stinky. Oh. Wait, that works? Wait, no. Oh! That's kinda cool. Oh. Best move in the game. That's guaranteed too. But I realized something. Some of the stands, like this one, into throw, it's unbreakable. And so is this one. So these are unbreakable throws. Although yes, they don't do a lot of damage, but man, do they strike fear. So which means I can do something like disgusting. Whoa, that's a lot of damage. Okay. 35. Whoa. That's a lot of streams. Alright, I'm going right in. Oh, sorry, before that. I feel like the game is too bright. Give me a second. I can adjust the brightness, right? Oh. I cannot adjust the brightness? Oh, there it is. I think because it was too bright, that some of the stage was just too exposed. So I'm gonna put it slightly darker. Let me go check. Especially on the Elegant Palace stage, I cannot see anything. It's so weird.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay, yeah, it's much better. Yeah, I put it too bright. I'm not playing a horror game, I forgot. Okay. That's good, that's good.
Get ready for the next battle.
You know, sometimes I feel like it's still kind of hard for me to just casually talk about something. Not with what happened earlier this month. I know it's been so long, but I still like, cannot really accept it. But yeah, it's weird. So honestly, these days the streams are just me trying to unwind myself a little bit.
Get ready for the next battle.
Larsu? Oh god. Lars is like so hated right now because Lars is just twerking.
Round one. Fight.
Ooh. I didn't break it. I'm plus, man. I'm plus.
Round two. Fight.
Woo. Nice punish. Oh, I didn't break it.
Round three. Fight.
Oh. Nice one. I pressed one. Oh. Oh, I thought I could whip punish. My heat smash is so slow. Oh, I'm dead. Good shit, good shit. That's full counter hit damage, boys. I'm not dead. Camera? Camera? I cannot break throws. I hate it. Not the punishable. I'm not plus, I'm stupid. 3-2 is plus, 3 alone is not plus. I need to break throws.
Round one. Fight.
Last week down for 1-2. Whoa. Navix! Ow. Also Ayo. 12 months a week? A week? Let's go. Thank you, Narix. Oh, yeah, I get a break for this. Oh, nice, I'm dead. Not having a 30-minute pre-stream? I didn't. Not this time. Let's punish. Not that punishable. Oh, down for 1-2. Not that punishable. Plus. Oh dang, I did something as well. Yeah, Larsh is just twerking. Thank you, Narix. Also welcome in.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, 12 months is not a week. Hope you're doing good. Can really delay that. That's a really good wall carry, but no damage. America? Okay. America 1.
Get ready for the next battle.
I don't know why I'm in Asia too. Nani mono da?
One. Fight.
I don't.
Round 2.
It's so laggy, this one.
Fight.
I'm plus.
Round 3. Fight. You win.
Exodia. I can respect that.
Get
They
ready
actually
for
got
the next
destroyed.
battle.
Oh. What? Ooh. Oh, it works because it's bare. There must be a better wall combo, it feels like. That's not guaranteed. Wet. Hey yo. Long. It's been so long. Long. Anonymous. Hey. Thanks for the long man. This one has no damage. Oh! That's tough. Ooh. Oh yeah, thanks for 20 bits. Did I say it? I forgot. My brain is not here today, I don't know why. But thanks again.
Get ready for the next battle.
Garyu? Wait, that's a dragon. That's a dragon ring. Right. I'm probably gonna get destroyed by a good Reina. We'll see.
Round one. Fight.
Guarantee. Nice. This is gonna scale so much. This will not kill. But I get Oki. Do I get Oki? I don't remember. Okay. Nice, I press button. Guaranteed. Oh, nice hell sweep.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice. I press button. Ah! I thought you could continue.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice. Woohoo. Nice. I didn't break it. We take those.
Final round. Fight.
I broke it though. I tried. Oh, good man, that was beautiful. I think that was not bad. Landed some electrics, that's pretty good.
Round 1. Fight.
Ow. Good punish. I panicked.
Fight.
Nice. Ooh. Oh, that's pretty good. Good mid, good mid.
Round 3. Fight.
Ooh. Oh. That's a nice combo. I'm dead. Good shit, that was nice.
Get ready for the next battle.
I'm so mega sleepy today. Feels weird. Hi, Brian. I missed the start of the stream. It's okay. You're here now. Oh no. Oh, that's weird. Hope you're doing good, Brian. My wife and I have been playing Stardew Valley for the past 6 hours almost. That sounds nice. I haven't played Stardew Valley in a long time. To me personally, it was nice for a little bit. But then after a while, I just feel like I don't know what to do and then got overwhelmed and then eventually stopped playing. But when I was playing Stardew Valley, I really enjoyed it. That was weird. That's so weird. Weird. I just realized the game is very loud. I should have known. Okay, give me a second. And also one very awkward thing, I believe I mentioned it, or did I? I don't remember. Is that I have my mic on 51% for the past 2 days. I was like, huh? Oh, sorry, for yesterday. Oh, for the past few streams, essentially, that my mic was at 51%. So I was actually very, very soft. I didn't know. And then I checked it, it's like, weird. Because the feedback is like so soft all the time, even though I'm speaking very loud. So I checked it, 51%. God damn it. But it's all good now, at least.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, Dick Jap's -5 on block? Never realized that. -5 is so sad. Because I usually always press buttons after a Dick Jab, even when they block. Guess that's a really bad idea.
For the next battle.
Jin.
Jin senpai.
Nani mono da?
Round 1. Fight.
No bad. Oh, good duck.
Round 2. Fight.
Guarantee. Ooh, the duck. I guess that was very obvious, huh?
Round 3. Fight.
Ooh! I'm plus.
Round 4. Fight.
Woohoo. Oh no. Hell Sweep is a launcher? Oh my god. Nice punish. Oh my god. Uh-oh. I'm plus! I bet my whole life on it. Because after Omen stance is 2 mid, 1 low, and I ducked. I ducked after Omen stance. They didn't like that? Probably. Okay.
Jin senpai. Yatto tatakae.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, nice hop kick. I think that's a 1+2 break, right?
Round 2. Fight.
Oh. Just 2. Nice. Can. Why do they keep ducking after that? Oh, nice. If they have good combos, I'll actually be lose multiple times already. Who ducked? They ducked a lot. Hi, Lex. Oh, guaranteed. Oh. Oh, the jabs. Stardew is the second vibe. Hope you're doing good, Lex. I'm enjoying myself. We have over 60 hours in the safe together. Having a really nice time. Nice. That's good to know. They still duck. Ah. Plus. Ooh, high crush? Okay. Ooh, parry. We take those.
Round 3. Fight.
Ow. We take those. Second hit. And doing alright, very EP. Oh. Guarantee. Oh, bad range. Harry? Good shit.
Final round. Fight.
I doubt. They're stuck. Oh, I thought I can punish that. Plus. We take those new things.
You win.
あれどうしたんですか？
How's Tekken? Very nice. Enjoying ranked online. Also, yeah, this stage is on Heckin Moon.
Get ready for the next battle.
That stage is good. Okay. 4 bars is fine.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh god. I don't know how to deal with Jack 8.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh god. Second hit. Woohoo! Fair enough, fair enough. Good shit, good shit.
Fight.
Ooh, the duck. Do you know about that? Oh. Is that guaranteed? That looks guaranteed. That was a god break.
Fight.
Oh, unstable. Oh, that's nice. Ah, Reyna's heat burst is very slow. Yeah, Jax is pretty scared. Although God breaks. Hello, hi Nexus. Welcome, welcome. Yo, boy. I hope you are doing good.
Fight.
Good stuff. They know. We take those.
Fight.
Ooh, they space really well. Oh, that's death. Guaranteed? Okay. It's a natural? Hi, Ixen. Not like that. That was 4-4-2. Ow. is disrespect? Oh, second is a mid? It's a high in the mid mix? Or maybe it's a different move. Woohoo! Whoa, disrespect! Good shit. Oh my god, what a grab! Nice, good read. Boop Ixen? We must
Get
boop
ready for the
Ixen.
next battle.
We must boop. You just lose to a 69? 69? Who, what, where? Where's the 69?
Get ready for the next
Oh
battle.
no. I prefer Heihachi a lot more. Reina is too stance heavy. The big red guy, that's Jack 8, right?
Round one. Fight.
Oh, this guy is just trying to fish launchers, okay. Yeah, she's trying to fish launchers.
Round two. Fight.
Whee!
Round three. Fight.
Nice mix. I'm minus.
You win.
資料通りか。予定調和ほどつまらんものはない。
Okay. I figured that she's probably going to do a lot of like Snake Age hell sweeps this turn.
Round one. Fight.
Yeah, something like that. How can I forget about this? That schmix. I'm plus. I'm very plus.
Round two. Fight.
Ooh, nice. I mean, they got combos. I should have waited. Hey, there was 1+2. Oh. That's not punish. Let's bring for it. Get that thing. We take those.
You win.
Hades Fate High. Hope you are doing well. I'm doing pretty well, thanks. Also, welcome in.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hope you're doing good too. Not bad. The llama's just vibing, yeah. I love the stage. Music's good, llama's good.
Get ready for the next battle.
I heard Dragunov is kinda obnoxious to deal with in this game.
Round 1. Fight.
Nice. Nah, don't do that to me. I thought they're gonna do low.
Round 2. Fight.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I cannot react to Snakeage, I'm so bad. Nice. That hit. Oh, I pressed the heat burst. Yeah, I need to break throws. I'm pretty bad at breaking throws. Nice. Oh, almost. Oh, that hit. I'm just getting knowledge checked. Let's do.
Round 1. Fight.
Ow. Almost. Yeah, it is that string.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Woohoo. Nice, I'm actually dead. Excuse? Oh no, I pressed 1.
Fight.
Okay. Woohoo! I cannot react to that, I'm actually so bad. I think I punished that. Yeah, keep throwing. One day I'm gonna break it. Oh, I'm dead. Not dead yet. Oh shit, I cannot. I thought I can step. Oh, I have to step the other way. I forgot. I'm playing on the right side. I'm so bad. Nice, I ducked. Oh, that's so good. I'm ducking. Hi, Shrena. We take those, baby. Tekken addicted to Tiora. I've been addicted to Tekken for at least 5 years. And Kobo is doing pretty good today. Still a little bit of cough, but a lot better.
Round 1. Fight.
Nice. Ooh, good shit. Oh. Where are you going, Dragunov? nice mid.
Round 4. Fight.
I need to stop doing that. Good whip punish. Oh, I cannot react to that. That low is so disgusting. Unseeable huge low? God damn, that's pretty good. Yeah, that low and that mid alone is making Dragunov really top tier right now.
Get ready for the next battle.
The plus mid and mega plus unseeable low is really good. I think that big low is like minus 15 on block, I think. That's 20. That's 15. For 32 damage. It's not that good. There we go. That's a big punish, right? This one? 15 frames? Clones. So much emotes.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh. It's so rare to see a Kuma. Elite Eliminator? That's ranked? Shit.
Round 1. Fight.
Nice. Got break? Oh, that's pretty good.
Round 2. Fight.
We take those.
Round 3. Fight.
We take those.
Round 4. Fight.
Cafe Electrics.
You win.
資料通り予定調和ほど
Let's do it.
Round one. Fight.
Woohoo, I'm dead.
Round two. Fight.
Nice, what a punish.
Round three. Fight.
Nice dodge, that was great. Oh, unbreakable. Oh, nah. I'm dead. Good shit. I think they were waiting for it, which is good. Nice, good rage art.
Fight.
I think it's a duck there. Nice, I low parried. Woohoo! Oh, I'm dead. Good. That was beautiful. That's a really strong Kuma. Holy shit.
Round one. Fight.
Oh. I got break. I'm dead. Damn. When Kuma press buttons, it's kind of scary.
Round two. Fight.
Oh my god. Oh, that's fast.
Round three. Fight.
Oh, I broke it. That's pretty fast. Good shit. Yeah, it's a really strong Kuma.
Get ready for the next battle.
I'm pretty sure there are some duckable strings that I didn't duck. I have a free side switch here. This one. Oh yeah. It becomes +6? Yeah, if I don't cancel it to stance, it's -1. That's why I say Reina is so stance heavy. There's some moves that's like so bad if you don't cancel it to stance. Yeah, see? From -1 to +2 on block, this one. Hold for 2. If you don't cancel stance, it's -9. If you cancel stance, it's +2. It's so weird. What else? Down for 1? Down for 1 plus minus... This one? Yeah, this one shouldn't change too much because it's just a generic down for 1. I don't remember what can be cancelled into stance. I mean 112 on hit, of course. I don't remember. Ooh, wait, that's a lot of damage? Yeah, that's not bad. This one is a lot of war carry, but not that much damage. Yeah. Why is it so hard to do double? Oh no. Oh. Yeah, fine. I don't really like playing with Wi-Fi.
Get ready for the next battle.
At least I'm yellow rank.
Round
やっ
one.
と戦えますね。
Fight.
Oh god, that is fun. Hey, I broke it though. Is it a 2 break? Or 1 break?
Round two. Fight.
Nice. That's a 2 break, right? No, that's a 1+2 break. Is that Phantom Range?
Fight.
That's a Phantom Range. Nice. Uh-oh. Damn, that Phantom Range though, what the fuck? It's a 1+2 break, right? Or is that just a 2 break? I need to check it out. I don't know. Is that 1+2 or 2? I know the other one is 2. Hi BB. I saw you were playing Tekken 8 the other day. With Whiskey, I believe. Nice Dragonoff, by the way. Welcome in.
Round one. Fight.
Oh god. This guy's patient. Kind of. Nah. The 4/4 was Phantom Range. Oh. Misinput. It's supposed to be a 2. Oh, something 1-2. Yeah, there must be a 1+2 break. delay. I didn't thought you were gonna do 10 hit string. Cannot step that. Cannot step that? Okay. Jin has ridiculous 4-4 2. Not that punishable. There we go, 1+2, okay. Oh. Oh, I pressed 1. I'm stupid. I'll do it again. Oh! I'll do it again. I never realized
Get ready for the next battle.
how good that Demon Paw is. Holy shit. Oh, nice. Hi, Miss.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, you also hit yellow? Nice. I just got it.
Round 1. Fight.
It's punishable. I ducked. I ducked. I didn't duck. I pressed a button. I see.
Round 2. Fight.
I'll do it again. I'll do. Okay. Nice. Cut.
Round 3. Fight.
Wow. Cut. Hey. Nice punish. I ducked. They're not doing any low. Why am I ducking? Ooh, Trek. The Trek.
Round 4. Fight.
Stop doing that. Yeah, they're not doing any low. Why? Don't duck.
You win.
You just promote? Nice. I'm trying to get to the dragon ranks. Like the what, Ryu, Shinryu, Garyu? For obvious reasons.
Round 1.
Hop kick?
Fight.
Hop kick! I'm dead. Hey, what about that? Nice stuff. Oh, red, okay. Red's so far away. I'll try. Bad. Not that punishable. Now that's a punish. Got him. It's kind of nice to see people who's spamming launchers and then I'm just punishing them for it.
Get ready for the next battle.
I mean, I should be able to punish 221 is broken, but it's 12 frames. Oh fuck, you're right. you're 100% right. Yeah, down for 2. Down for 2 or minus 2. Reyna's is minus 15, I think? Is it? I know Reyna's down for 2 is really bad.
Get ready for the next battle.
Well, it's not bad, it's just like... I mean, for Reyna to have down for 2 is already like broken.
Round 1. Fight.
Okay. At minus 13 at worst, okay. Why am I getting hit by everything? Another launcher spammer? No, punishable? I'm plus. I'm plus. Oh! Don't do that.
Round 2. Fight.
I'm plus. Ooh, I'm not that plus. I'm not that plus. I'm plus 4, right? I'm just gonna... Okay. Woo! Oh. Help! Oh, okay, wait a minute. We take those? Ow. Whee! Best music in the game? Mm.
Round 1. Fight.
destroyed. Oh, almost. God damn it. I saw that shit. Oh. Stop doing that. Is it not punishable? I'm dead. Raychar? Raychar? There it is. That's 100% death. What? Okay. -8. The mid extension. This one?
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, I was too late. That's very minus.
Round 4. Fight.
Nah. Ooh! We take those?
You win.
Oh. Mies is playing Jack 8? Oh, wow, Mies, I cannot believe it.
Get ready for the
Cheap.
next battle.
Cheap. Down 4-1, counter forward 4. Oh! What a surprise. It kinda is. I thought you would play King or something. So we first met you were not even playing your main.
Get ready for the next battle.
Why do I feel like I remember this Jin?
Jin senpai.
Nani mono da?
1. Fight.
M plus. Oh.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. I dunked. Hell sweep! Hell sweep!
Round 3. Fight.
He tried to finish that too early. Nice. Hell sweep, it's a launcher! Hell sweep is a launcher in this stage. Oh yeah, Katarina. I remember finding out Katarina. Demotion? Oh, I forgot about this. Front kick! Nice combo. Hell sweep!
Round 2. Fight.
No. Ooh. Nice. Ooh. Yo, instant BMP. Down for 2, down for 1. But down for 2, down for 1 is... Oh, wrong move. Help. Oh, nice. Ah! Hell sweep! Oh god. I ducked. I pressed there. Oh nice, that was beautiful. Kill? Boom! No, I thought I could punish that shit. Oh, nice, good shit. Yeah, we punished those. Hell sweep. Boom. Plus. Nice. Ah! Help! Alright, I'm dead. Yeah! Wake up heat burst. Wake up heat burst. We take those. Jin senpai.
Get ready for the next battle.
It's so weird calling your brother's your brother's son senpai. He smashes Rage Strike, you can do that from crouch. Can you do that from crouch? Oh, that's stupid. I thought you were lying. Oh, it's only minus 12. Jack gets Ifrit. Oh, fuck. That's disgusting. Reina's rage strike is so slow. 21 frames. frames. Yeah, it's a combo ender. Only dumb like me. Dumb like me would just use it as like a neutral tool. Oh, he travels all the way.
J'espère que tu n'es pas un de ces incompétents à l'esprit limité.
Round 1. Fight.
Ow. Bus. Woohoo! Yo, how do I fight? How do I fight Victor? It's kind of my first or second Victor in this one. Katsudon, hi. Long time no see. Wow, hi. We duck those. Asshat. That was accidental duck. That's unpunishable? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Ugh. Bro, that move's so good. That move's so good. Why is that backdash? I mean, it's not bad. I'm using it. Woo. Nice. I can duck that, right? Get out. Wow. Polo. Whoa. I'm getting killed by armor though. That throws you with an automatic dash. Oh. Automatic dash? The cheating backdash back also go back. Oh, the way basically waifu. Oh, hit smash. Oh no, hit engager. Prologue. Bon appetit. Hey, fuck where that move is so good. Bro, what the fuck?
Round 2. Fight.
I should be able to duck that, right? Also that. Also that. Hey, I broke it! That throw, even the sea sponge can see it. Oh, good set. Ah. Yeah, I should have expected that, honestly. Oh, it's a high, right? Yeah. I'm so bad.
J'aime le Japon. Je trouve incroyable qu'on puisse obtenir des mouchoirs dans la rue gratuitement.
Yeah, the heat
Get ready
things,
for the
the heat
next
things are
battle.
so over the place. Heat smash is what it's called. Want to play some casual? Sure. How do I go? Okay. There's heat smash. There's whoa. This is important stuff. Give me a second. Wait, Mies, this is important. Wait, no. Was it title plate? This already has dragons in it, but I don't have a dragon health gauge, but now I have one. This is some serious stuff. Where is it? Just a second. Tadakum. Yeah, there's heat smash, heat engager, and heat whatever. Heat bound, there it is. Do I just like this? Tadakum. Alright, I'm ready to get bodied. No, I don't play on left side. I cannot do right side Mishima. Paris Cruise? No, the music there? Hey, I get to choose, let's go. Heat smash. You've seen that?
Get ready for the next battle.
What? Where your jet? Okay, I'm gonna change to Kuma after this. Oh yeah, the mouse does that too, yeah.
Round one.
Brilliant, cool. Ooh. I'm ducking. Oh, I'm dead. Help. Oh! I ducked. I ducked.
Round two. Fight.
Get him. Check this out. Oh wait, no, it missed input. Check this out. And this. No.
Three. Fight.
Ow. Oh! check this out. Oh, I tried. No. Oh, I didn't break it. No, yeah. Oh, nice. Oh. Not dead yet. I'm dead. Fly. +6, baby. Oh, missed input. Hey, casual is more fun.
Round one. Fight.
Oh, what is that? Oh! I'll do it again. Oh! I think I survived this. I have a plan. Wake up, super! Oh shit! Wake up, super! Hop kick! I'm dead. Oh, thank you. Oh, Pepsi. Oh! I don't know this side. Nah, 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 nah. I break throws now. Kind of. Picture? Oh, my leg. Ayo. Ayo. Double two. I'm dead. Oh! We take those.
Round 4. Fight.
I missed. Oh god. Strings?
Final round. Fight.
Oh. Hurts! Oh! Hurts! Hurts!
You win.
Cuts, very pog. I want to play Kuma. I want to play Kuma. Give me a second. Yeah, no problem. I love the stage too. But honestly, most of the stage in Tekken 8 is just really good. Alright, let me bring up my shotgun. Get on my lawn! You're not allowed! It's all good, it's all good. Oh, this one is also really good.
Get ready for the next battle.
Two heavyweight champion, Kuma and Jack 8. Get off my lawn! You're not allowed here, get out!
Round 1.
You're gonna get shotgun!
Fight.
Look at this shit. Oh shit. Oh no, I got shotgun instead. Damn, did they buff Jack's damage? I have no legs. Oh shit.
Round 2. Fight.
No leg, no leg. Combo drop, combo drop. Nice. That's a nice punish. What are you doing? Electric, electric, electric. No.
Round 3. Fight.
I messed up. I tried shotgun input. Oh! Oh, I didn't break it. Oh. No, 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 no. Stop, stop, stop. You can't break it, I'm dead. I heard that shit. Get him, fish. Damn, that's actually really cool. Alright. Oh, am I stuck? I'm stuck. I can. Oh, okay, okay. Old game, new bugs. New game, new bugs. New game, old bug. I still want to play Kuma. I need to at least use one shotgun. You better prepare to get shotgun, ED. You know what? Let's go random. We're too shotgun.
Get ready for the next battle.
You cannot duck. You cannot duck. I think Jake's up for one. Get him alone. Oh damn, that looks good.
Let's start this.
Round one. Fight.
Oh, kick bump. Oh no, it's Japina stuff. Ow! Oh, I'm dead. No combo drop. Oh, that's cool. Drop. No. Oh shit!
Fight.
Oh, nice. Oi! Nah. Ass. Ow. Help! I'll do it again. Woohoo! Why is your PC dying? Oh, are you using laptop? I don't remember. Oh, that was down 1+2. Ow. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Electric. Yeah, I'll do it. I ducked. Help! Oh, big body! Big body!
Final round. Fight.
Oh, roll back. No. Oh, let's go. Get off my lawn. Oh, my legs. Oh, nice. Hi, Jane. I got a shotgun. There's no dragon to simp yet. Cool.
Round one. Fight.
I'm so mean. Oh. Is that all guaranteed?
Round two. Fight.
Shotgun. Oh, good shit. That's so painful. Big body. Oh. No. I'm doing it. Wee! That's a misinput and a half. Oh! Ow!
Round three. Fight.
Oh, nice. That's a weight punish. Woohoo. Ooh. Oh, I'm dead. Nice. Why did Peach turn into a fucking rocket? Because she's Mishima Zaibatsu. Ah, I messed up. Oh, nice. That is fun. Big body. Big body. Oh, second hit. I forgot. Good shit.
This is your fate.
Okay, guy, I got enough shotguns in. Get on my own.
Round one. Fight.
Body check. Oh, wait, this still works?
Round two. Fight.
Oh, I cannot challenge that. Big body. Oh, I'm okay, fine. Oh, this is so fast. Oh, yeah, I could have challenged that. The range. Body check. Oh, damage. I'm doing it. Shield sweep. Electric. 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 I ducked. Wee. I think the electric is a special mid, right? If I remember correctly.
Round one.
I'm gonna try Kazuya next. Oh, wait, I wanna try Dragunov. Oh, nice punish. I'll do it again. Oh no!
Round two. Fight.
Oh! No! Up two! Electric, hell sweep, too far, no legs. Electric, electric.
Round three. Fight.
Ow. I ducked. I totally ducked.
Fight.
Electric, electric. That works. Woohoo. Ow. Ooh.
Final round. Fight.
Sorry. Help. Oh. Oh, that looks pretty. That looks very hit confirm-ish. I wanna try Kazuya. I'm sorry about a lot of cough. I thought I would cough a little bit less now, but no. Oh god. I'm okay, I promise. Kazuya. I had some ginger honey tea and also some strepsils. Those helps.
Get ready for the next battle.
The OG battle. Oh, the best stage. Let's go.
Round one. Fight.
Oh, I can rake that I'm a fraud.
Round two. Fight.
Going it. Going it. Go. Oh, it's not 2, it's 1. Oh, I was sidestepping. That was a good call.
Round three. Fight.
Number 2. Number 2.
Round four. Fight.
Oh. What? Tetsuya? I pressed button. I totally pressed button. I totally pressed button there as well. Still the best outro.
Round one. Fight.
Ooh. Oh. Ah, no! I thought it was cool. I'll take it.
Round two. Fight.
Geek. I did. Ooh. I pressed the button. Oh, I can duck that.
Round three.
1 4 2 1 2 1 4 2 1 2, I think. Range. Oh, oh. Oh no! Alright, mids only. Mid only? Hell sweep! Hell sweep! Oh! Hell sweep! Oh! Oh, okay, okay. Hell sweep! Oh, range. Hell sweet, where am I going? Oh. Hell. Hell. Ow. Oh, that's a punish and a half. Dumping has solo range.
Round one. Fight.
Oh, nice. Oh, I thought that's punishable. Hell shoot. Hell sweep. Oh, nice. I love electric too much. I ducked.
Round two. Fight.
Don't put it. Don't put it. Don't put it. Don't put it. Oh! I didn't break it. Ooh, that's cool. Help! I press one. Oh!
Round three. Fight.
Hell sweep. Hell sweep. Mid. Hell sweep. Oh, we take those.
Round four. Fight.
Ooh, what a step. Oh. Nice block. That was hella good.
Final round. Fight.
Oh! I tried. Ooh. Hell sweep. Mid. Oh.
You win. 話にならんな。
I only know how to hell. I only know how to hell ship in electric.
Sum up. Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, I want to song this. That's not it. Oh, nice. Best combo in the game? Help! Yes!
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, nice. Oh, I can react to that. Oh, nice.
Round 3. Fight.
Don't foot. 2. Another one. Maybe a third one. Okay, I'll stop. I lied. Oh, fuck. Oh, I thought that's a launcher. Oh, good orbital. Hey, hey. I tried.
Fight.
Oh shit. Oh, nice. No. Sorry, that's a misinput. That was a misinput. I was trying to do 1-4. Is it? You PC. Oh no. Yeah, all good, all good, all good. Oh, his team died. Misinput. I was trying to do the armor counter, but then I was holding back, so. Oh, are you not here anymore? In the Tekken 8 room, I mean. Oh no! Can I kick myself? I cannot. I mean, I can invite Miss Tenryu. Oh my god. Shinryu. That's Tenryu and Shinryu. Can I play more Kazuya? Yeah, Brian looks fun. Kazuya Mishima. I feel I'm just spamming electrics because it's so much fun.
Get ready for the next battle.
More electric.
Sum Round 1.
Save.
Fight.
Doria. Oh. Ooh, what a duck. Oh, nice. I need to duck that. Help. Help.
Round 3. Fight.
Wait, that's not it. Oh. Keek. Ooh. Hooray! Don't do it. Don't do it. Cheap. The cheap strat. Oh, that's cool. There we go. I remember this. Whew. Oh, we're going down. That's cool. Ugh. Help! I was stuck in for 10 years.
Final round. Fight.
Magical. Huh. Oh god. That's not it. How did it? Oh! A. No, 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 no. Don't do it! Oh shit! Yay! I'm so cheap!
You win. 俺は全てを支配する。
Never seen anyone so... Never seen anyone so wild. A dash in Rayshard? If I cancel, I'm fucked. I actually don't even know how to cancel. Oh. Oh.
Round 2. Fight.
Hell sweep. Hell sweep. Oh. Oh. Oh, nice. Woo, good shit.
Round 3. Fight.
No, for two. How do I combo after that? I don't know. Oh. Oh, that's cool. I think you can follow after that. Can you? Nice.
Round 4. Fight.
No, ah! Oh my god, that throw is a launcher! Oh no! No, I tried. I cannot win. I cannot win without rage. Or
Round 1. Fight.
I've got one maybe. What? Lightning step. Hell swoop. My hell swoop. Hell sweep. Hell sweep. Hell. No. Oh, second hit. No, I didn't break it. Hell sweep. Oh no!
Round 3. Fight.
Ow! It's the best floor break ever. Come here. Oh, nice. Sick of it. Whoa! What? It's a huge ass low. I think up one is the best flow break ever. Just gentle step. Oh.
Round one. Fight.
Woohoo. Going down. Ooh. That was gonna cool. But I didn't do it.
Round two. Fight.
That was an accidental block. Kill Shui! Oh no, that's disgusting. Yeah! Oh, I'm dead! Oh.
Round three. Fight.
Ooh, nice. Wow. No Meruna. Nameruna. Oh, chip chip. Chip chip chip.
Round four. Fight.
Nameruna. Oh my god. Wow. Ah. Second hit. Oh. Oh, I didn't check that one.
Final round. Fight.
Oh. I thought I was cool. I thought I'm him. That doesn't work. Oh! I mean, Jack's cool, but Brian? Ooh. Brian is just something else.
Round one.
Double 1+2. I believe. Why do I just keep doing this? Oh, okay, yeah. Whew. I pressed one. No.
Round 2. Fight.
4-4-2 maybe? Oh, that's kinda cool.
Round 3. Fight.
So sweet.
Round 4. Fight.
Ow. Oh, that's guaranteed. I didn't break it. Toys a launcher. Yes. Come here. No. Come here. No, I want to switch sides. Come here.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, nice. Ooh, what a dog. Beautiful. Ow. Yo, sweet. No. No. I tried. My bad. I was just 1 frame slower. You're actually teaching me to use more mids.
Fight.
That pushback though. Yo, sweet. Mid. Mid. Ah. Whoop. I pressed one. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh, I did die.
Round 2. Fight.
Nope. That was kind of cool. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Oh!
Round 3. Fight.
Oh! Oh, I I died. What the hell was that? Futoshi. I'm not playing Heihachi. Oh, nice.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh. Oh no! Going downstairs? Oh. No, not Snake Edge.
Final round. Fight.
I ducked. My leg. We take those. We take those. We take those. Oh my god, that's kinda cool. Oh, that's kinda cool. Yipporia. Nice. That's cool, that's cool. Sidestep 2 is just hype. Doria. Doria.
Round
I love
1.
Doria.
Fight.
That's not Doria. Woohoo. Go. All those times I tried the low parry. Oh, nice. Oh. Yeah. All that doesn't break. Hell sure. I ducked. I ducked.
Round 3. Fight.
Combo. Is this safe? I thought that's unsafe. Oh, it feels so safe. It might actually be safe. Hell Sweep is so cheap. Hell Sweep launcher cheap.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, nice. That by itself is safe. Oh, okay. L sweep. Help. Yes. Oh man, that's so hard to do. I'm doing it. Yeet. Ow! Mom, give me a second chance, mid. No. Lost a toe kick. Dorio. So down by 2 itself is safe. I assume it's gonna be like -8 or 9.
Round 1. Fight.
It's like hella, not my turn. Oh, you ducked! Oh. Whee! Oh no, they're punishable.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Oh, I held forward. My leg. Challenge.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh. Ow. Oh my god, that's hard to do. Hell shui!
Round 4. Fight.
That's unsafe? No way. Ooh. Ducking. Oh, what the fuck, camera? Help, I don't want to be on. I don't want to be here. Whoa, that's so cool! Damn. Then you you
Final round. Fight.
come here. Yo, sweep. That doesn't break, right? Oh, it breaks. Okay, okay. I'll do it again. This is the mental damage. Damn, that's hard to do. Hell sweep! Oh.
You win.
That hell sweep though.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh my god. There it is. My leg! Ow! My leg!
Round 2. Fight.
Hell, whoa! I'll take it. I'll do it again. Woo! Actually, I'll do it again. Hell Street Launcher! Oh. Challenge. That was a misinput. No! That was supposed to be down back 1.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice step. That was beautiful. Oh. Am I dead? I'll do it. Yeah. I ducked. Oh. Ah. That wasn't 4 was a hell sweep.
Round 1. Fight.
That's not unsafe, right? I'm pretty sure Jet Apple is safe, but it's a high. Oh, I hate it here. What's the Phantom Rage? Help!
Round 2. Fight.
Hell Shui! Mid! Oh, I missed it. Hell Shui! Yeah! Launcher! Oh, that's hard to do. I'll try to do 3-1 down for cancel into down for 1-2. That's kinda cool. Oh, nice wish punish. Nice. My leg. No. Oh.
Round 4. Fight.
Down for 2. Duck. Ah, I ducked. You. Oh. 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 El Shui! The El Shui launcher! Ow. I ducked. I totally ducked. I just realized how many shotgun shells are there. Holy shit. God, Brian is cool as fuck, but I don't know how to play Brian. Because Brian needs taunt, and taunt I cannot input taunt.
Round one.
Okay.
Fight.
Oh. I'll do it again. Oh, that's cool.
Round two. Fight.
Range. Good block. Too obvious. Oh. I ducked. Woohoo. Hell sweep! Mid! Oh.
Round three. Fight.
Doesn't work. Oh, oh, this. Yeah, that's a whip punch and a half. Brian's so cool.
Fight.
I wish people would play. More people would play Brian. Because I know how to play Brian. Ooh. My leg. What a step. Hey. I'm dead. I'm dead. Good shit. This last game or that last game? Hell yeah, GG, GG, that was good. That was hella fun. Hell yeah, that was great. You're actively teaching me to use mids because good shit, that was nice, that was nice. Hey. We should play more next time whenever possible. That was hella nice. Good luck, friend. I'll see you around. Alright. Thank you. My cousin is a strategist. Who is a cavalry? I only know how to play two characters for now. And Kuma and Reina. I mean, the rest of the character I don't really know how to play. Dragunov? I kind of have to try Dragunov. You know what? Let's go practice mode a little bit. Can I pick a character? Oh, who are you gonna pick? Let me check out Dragunov real quick. Oh, Dragunov is so cool. Everyone is cool in this game. Victor? Noctis clone?
Get ready for the next battle.
Maybe. I can try Victor. Him or Huarang? Nah, I'm not Huarang fan. Not a fan of Huarang. No. Quick select. Alright, Victor V? Casual?
Get ready for the next battle.
Hi Roxas. Okay, if this is Noctis, actually fucking works. 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. That's all I need. 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. Okay, let's check out the move list. From here. 112? Oh, you have 112 punish. How unsafe this is. Minus 12? That's not too bad. Okay, I have to commit to this. 1 2. Basic etiquette, alright. 1 2 1. Oh, it's a mix! You can just do a quick select. That's a Tekken 7 stuff as well. Okay, round ender. Minus 12, not bad. So you have 1 3. Perfumer. Oh, that's a stance. Kobo don't fight with Taekwondo man? Not really. Taekwondo need too much for Kobo. More like more like just down 3-4 and then win. Just down 3-4. On hit or block through 2-2. Hi. Good communication. Why? Is this? Oh, so it's an ender. So 2 2. And then yeah, there's some ender. So 4-3-2? Yeah, 4-3-2. What's that? Ah, okay. 15 frame. Range is pretty good. And I guess 2 2 2 2 2 2. Okay, 1+2 is pretty good. Yay stance. Am I playing Monster Hunter? Oh! 2 2 1 1 2 2 2 2 1 1. Nice 11. You cannot delay it. That's 13. Oh la la. Hey, mid. Oh! It was splats? Oh, it knocks down. I guess I can have a follow-up after that. What? Okay. Mid-high. Guaranteed. Natural combo, okay. 14, oh! It's a good punish too, okay. Mid crossfire. This one is 15, so trades with jab, okay. Duran. Oh! Partial resolve hit time on hit. On hit, okay. Does this gel? It looks like it gels. Oh, okay. Yeah. On block, you can duck it. I was dealing with that move like that move's weirdly safe. So after a block, you can like duck it. Launcher. That's cool. It's better than 2-2-2-2 with no damage. So this not bad. Yeah, guns are higher. You can duck it. Oh! What's it again? This? Oh la la! War Ender? Ooh! Okay! That works. Low high. Come hit natural. On hit, I think on hit is still duckable. Night gels. That's fast. A neutral on hit? That's cheap? Oh, -3 on hit, okay. 16 frames, yeah. Oh, it's kind of safe, it's -9. So I can do this with no damage, but very cool. Okay. Welcome sweep. Oh, counter hit launcher. Damn. I don't remember what the... I only remember this.
Je te tiens.
Is it more? What's it even do? Harry? What the? $14? Wait. Oh, that's 15. I get this for free. Ender? Yeah, it looks like an Ender. There it is, just this move. -9, okay. 15 frames is pretty fast for a Power Crush. Good night, Katsudon. -20 on block? To be fair, it is like very evasive. During hit Excalibur. Bon appetit. Does it make it safe? It's so slow, it's so hard to test it. -4. Okay. It's -11 on block. -14, okay. Whoa. What a hop kick. -19 on block, yeah. I mean, a cool ass hop kick. Oh. -16. Oh, it's a raw gun. It's a really fast unblockable. It's kind of dodgy too. I think people can really cheese this out. You cannot really just jab it. I think you have to do something that's like good range. That's so fast. You have Ton. Decharge LeBlanc. Baguette cut. Oh, counter launcher. Oh, it's a low high. Damn. How much? Minus 13 on block? But there's an extension. Heat and EI stance? It's a stronger version, okay. Perfumer? Two to EI stance. Minus 13. Oh, there's so many things. There it is. Okay, and then we have throw. Any command throw? God damn, what kind of throw is that? Okay, only one. No attack during EI stance. Ooh. Okay, that's all of them. Holy shit! I don't think I can remember all of that. Not that I can remember any characters all moveless. It's impossible. I mean, Victor is okay, I guess. It doesn't really make me feel like, wow, Victor. It feels like, oh, I did it. How the fuck when did I do all of these? Oh. Dismount. Okay, hope kick can be like a screw move as well, tornado move. Hop kick. Two. Oh, right, this is the move. That's not bad. So cool, but no damage though. I don't know how I feel about Victor. Victor is kind of a in my book. Kind of a Oh, the only two stands. EI stands and Perfumer. Yeah, I don't know. I'll play some Reyna. Maybe someday I'll try out Victor and or Dragunov.
Reyna. Sergei Dragunov. Get ready for the next battle.
No. I'm gonna let my Kuma get to yellow rank. Kuma. Nah, I want default.
Martial law. Get ready for the next battle.
I mean, I guess combo just keep it simple. With punish with this. Oh shit. $100 damage, that's good, right? I think I can do twice. no. Sometimes I still do Tekken 7 stuff, can't help it. $79. Like, that's a big difference. Oh. No. I mean, that's like the average down for 2-1 damage, right? Around like 80 to 90 something. Nice.
Get ready for the next battle.
Assailant? Oh no, who's that?
Round one.
I'm fighting Goku! Help, it's Goku! Nice punish. Electric, electric. Ah!
Round two. Fight.
It's a mid? Oh, it's not that punishable. Okay. Nice. Nice punch. I had no patience there. Yiksu! P-charge. And then the low. Nice!
Round three. Fight.
This guy is good defense. Oh. Oh man. I'm so bad. I need to have more patience. Yeah.
Round one. Fight.
Wee. Oh, nice. Nice. Nah. Get fished. Ooh, good punish. Too late. Get bared.
Round one. Fight.
Nah, don't do that.
Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight.
What? Nah. Nice. Oh, I thought. Good shit. Is this dead? Almost. Not that punishable. Oh no. I thought I can punish that. I was too late. We take those. Get bared. My bear's warrior, let's go. two yellow rings?
Next battle.
I'll take it. I mean, that Gino's having too much fun, man. I had to let them know. You're gonna let them know you cannot just fuck with a bear and get away with it. Oh, why is up 2 so hard to do sometimes? Yeah. This is such a good wall move. If it's at the wall, and if it's at the wall and the opponent is not off axis, 2 hits hit. The second hit is guaranteed. Oh, doesn't work. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that's pretty good. It is kind of hard to find people on time. It's 4:10. I mean, a little bit. Fine. At least it's a 5-bar Wi-Fi.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh. Why is he in Kuma by using Dragunov? Oh no, who are you? Am I fighting against a monk? Oh god. Oh god, really? Doesn't work that way. We take those.
Round 2. Fight.
Ow. Oh, where are you aiming at?
Round 3. Fight.
Missed. Uh-oh. Ooh, they're pissed. They're way pissed. Nah. I'm dead. Good call. Very aggressive. Why am I fighting against a monk?
Round 4.
I'm armor. Fair enough. I doubt. Oh shit. Oh! Second hit. Should be more patient.
Final round. Fight.
Oh shit, is that not minus 15? Oh no. He's not gonna do it again. Key charge? No? Oh shit, okay. I'm kinda surprised. That was so bad. Fair enough.
Get ready for the next battle.
Towards the end, I got knowledge checked to death. How much is this damage again? Second is 24? Yeah, okay. 44 damage at the wall, 3. No one expects that shit. Nice. Oh, that was fast as hell.
Get ready for the next battle.
廣東肥仔 Kazuya?
Round 1. Fight.
Damn. We take those.
Round 2. Fight.
What? Hell sweep. Hell sweep. Nice. Oh, good shit. Am I dead? Oh, I'll take it. I actually pressed the wrong button. I was trying to do heat burst. I was trying to do heat burst. Oh. Why are you suddenly so patient? What the hell? Who are you? Hell sweep. Ooh, nice. Oh, I ducked. Wow, good shit. Nice, nice. Hello, Dinari. Thanks for the pet. Good call. Oh no. Oh, that doesn't work? Nice. They suddenly have a lot of patience, that's really good. They notice how I play, I guess. Nice punish. Not that punishable. Leg! Uh-oh. Thanks for the head hit.
Round one. Fight.
Oh, and then nice dodge. Not that punishable. Ooh, what a punish. I tried. I cannot sidestep with Kuma. Ooh, nice. Ow! Nice combo. I ducked. Okay. Oh, nice. If they do 1-1-2, I'm not dead. Dang it. Oh. Bear. Bear privilege. I did. That's a punish and a half. Good shit. Cause college stuff and a good stream. Thank you. And good luck with college stuff, Shredder.
Get ready for the next battle.
I want to main Kuma. I need to play more Kuma. Somehow I keep messing up this move. I can hold for a long time. Oh god. Okay, fine. And this is 5 bar. Wi-Fi I only accept 5 bars. If it's cable connection, 4 to 5 is fine. That's like the first Nina I've seen.
Round one. Fight.
What? I'll do it too. Eat a chip. Ow, ow, ow. He's doing all the strings.
Round two. Fight.
You're finished.
Stop. Hi, Cloudy. Not that punishable. Going in! Going in! I got the string knowledge. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Their knowledge check got checked. I actually like have all the check mark done. All the high strings ducked, throws ducked, one break throws broke. I'm surprised. Yeah, bear punches. Kumaru's Kuma is very adorable.
Battle.
And yeah, they got fished. That was a very one-sided fight. Yeah, I keep messing up too. Okay.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay, if they do strings, duck. I like Kuma uses Mishima style, but bear form. Yeah. Very cool. Yep, of course, it's Victor. Electric, electric, electric. Damn.
Round 2. Fight.
What are you doing? Bon appetit. Wee.
Round 3. Fight.
Deja vu, buddy.
You win.
Deleted it, man. I feel kind of bad. Oh shit, let's go. I respect you. Huge respect for this man. Alright, I will not hold back at all.
Fight.
Because I respect you. This is ranked anyway. Oh la la! Kuma does a lot of damage. Yeah, I think everyone can kind of do that kind of damage. Oh, they blocked! Nice. Okay, okay, they have the momentum, it's very scary. When they have the momentum, it's very scary. Now I have the momentum. Kind of. Bon appetit. Stop! 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 Stop!
Round 3.
I'm ducking.
Fight.
Oh! Guaranteed? Oh, patience? Good shit, buddy. Ooh! Hey, they're learning! Look at that! Mad respect to this person.
Soyons efficaces.
Good shit. But how about mine? Nah, I'm not gonna do it. I lied. Punish, good shit, buddy. That was beautiful. You deserve that win.
Fight.
Oh! Oh, that was minus 19. Stop! Stop! Hey, that person actually learned how I play. That mad respect to that person. Holy
Get
shit.
ready for the next battle.
They realize they're doing something wrong and they are holding back. They're blocking. Bear Electrics is so fun to do. You can charge that shit.
Get ready for the next battle.
Brian, okay. Sorry, I'm drinking.
Round one. Fight.
Oh my god, I got knowledge checked immediately. Nice. We take those. Going in! Going in! I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
Round two. Fight.
Big check. No, they're punishable.
Round three. Fight.
Ow. I'm dead. Big check? Big jab? I'm noticing some big jabs here and there. Ooh, good step. Oh no, I did. Cool. Very cool.
Round four.
Armor round start? Yep. Going in, going in. Yike! Nice patience. Yeah, I get knowledge checked again. Just duck that, it's not that hard. Good shit. That's good, that's good. Okay, I just need to duck that 14212 extension. 14212, duck that, punish.
Round one. Fight.
Big jab there. Yeah, that one. Perfect. Legs. Ow. Big jab. Yeah, there it is. 1-4, but they need to do extension. Get out!
Round
Oh, I can react to that. God damn it. Oh, that's a punish and a half. Nice. Aggressive.
Round 3. Fight.
That's mid. Oh, nice. How do I be aggressive with Kuma? I don't know. I cannot react to that. Someday. Someday. Punish. Second hit. Wow, holy shit. I can play patient, but I don't know how to be aggressive with Kuma.
Get ready for the next battle.
I noticed this. It's very plus on block. Hunting stance rolling this. On hit, I think it breaks the guard. Ah, fine. My channel bear running at top speed at some money.
Get ready for the next battle.
Let's do it.
Round 1. Fight.
Ow. Hey, I thought I broke it. Oh no, why is that throw? What the fuck is that throw? I'm not dead. But holy shit, what kind of throw does fucking launcher? You're dead. I'm dead. I lied. I'm dead. You're not dead. 1-1-1. Nice. They have patience. 1-1-1. What? You wanna do that again? Okay, they don't care. Now they care. Going in, block. Going in, block. Going in, boop. Going in. Yeah, there it is. You were so scared, weren't you? Going in, block.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice challenge. They don't care, they don't care. Wow, they don't care about anything. Oh my god. That's the first weirdest Leo I've seen. I messed up! I messed up! I hate it here.
Round 4.
I'm ducking. Oh! Tia! Ow. Patience. They really don't care about anything. That's definitely one dead bear. Or not. Maybe. Nah, stop. Stop. Don't. Do not. Go bear! I try to whip punish that this one. They seem to be fishing attacks. Let me see if I can outfish him. I fished him instead. That's not a natural string, by the way. 2-1 is. 3 is not. They don't care. I can do a half charge one, I think. I'll do it again. Hey! Crap. Oh, I forgot about the throw. Nice. Don't whiff a pun. Told you. Too far?
Get ready for the next battle.
I was trying to whiff punish with down for 2-1. But I don't know why it's so difficult. Nice. What time's now? 4:43.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, both of my main is here. You're not Reina, who are you?
Round 1. Fight.
I'm disrespecting. Too hard. Ow. No one expects that shit.
Round 2. Fight.
Ooh, hi crush. Cool. Get away from me. Oh, mid. Oh, they still press. They're not pressing anymore. Yay! Na 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 na. Yay. I fist button. We take those.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh! Good throw.
You win. Round 1. Fight.
Armor. Nice. How sweet. How sweet. Nice.
Round 2. Fight.
Uh oh. Nice block. Says that 4? Chip, 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 chip.
Round 3. Fight.
Ow. Hee. What?
You win.
Nice, nice. Bear's doing
Get
kind of
ready
good.
for the next battle.
I'm sure most of you might have noticed that I am talking way less, way less than I used to do. Because I'm still having a cough, and whenever I talk, I just feel like I want to cough, so it's a little bit hard. So it's a lot of vibing for this past few days. For this past few days, it's just me vibing here.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh my god, Broyan? On the best stage ever? Oh my god.
Round 1. Fight.
Ow! Ow. 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 Holy shit. Good timing.
Round 2. Fight.
I ducked. Oh no. Oh. Oh, that's so plus.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, that's a punch in the half. Oh, too obvious. We take those.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, what a punish. That was me being dumb. Oh my god. Ow. I should hold the low parry a little bit longer. Very fearless Brian.
Round 1. Fight.
Who did a punch in the head? Nice, I ducked. I may be dead. That's actually dead. Good shit. Cool. They don't panic. This is so good.
Fight.
Nice. Woohoo. Yeah. I ducked. Oh. They don't care.
Round 3. Fight.
I need to stop doing that. I need to stop ducking as well. They're not doing as much though. Woohoo! A very strong Brian. There's some highs that I didn't
Get
duck.
ready for the next battle.
Like for the mid range, very good high. That one, need to duck that one sometimes. Okay. Or not. sure. It's a 5-bar Wi-Fi.
Get ready for the next battle.
I regret.
귀찮아.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, here we go. Fucking Vortex. Nice punish. Oh, is that Kim from King of Fighters? I just realized.
Round 2. Fight.
Damn, fucking Wi-Fi, dude. Oh my god, it's so terrible! That's not 5-bar Wi-Fi, fuck you! Nice. What? Damn, how the fuck I'm... Fuck off your Wi-Fi, holy shit!
Fight.
Dude! Nothing pisses me off than... Nothing pisses me more off. Fucking bad connection.
Final round. Fight.
Not that punishable. Oh. Did that just jail? God damn, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, of course. Yeah, the cable is not even that hard. Fucking hell.
Fight.
You expect me to do that shit with this poor of a piss poor connection? Yeah, sure.
Round 2. Fight.
Dude. Thanks.
Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight.
the connection is so piss poor, dude. That's not a 5. That's not a 5 bar. I got you baited. I cannot believe I'm playing against this person because it's only like first to 2.
Round 1.
I'm gonna armor round start. Me too. Nice punish.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice.
Round 3.
Armor round start. Nice punish. I need to stop doing that. That's not dead, I think. Because I have too much health. I should have done the launcher instead. Yeah. I might lose here. Low? Low.
You win.
Oh, that's a lot of points. What rank was him? Combatant, probably the combatant. Demon before will not be promoted. Okay.
Get ready for the next battle.
I cannot believe I won against that poor connection. Nah. I cannot delay as much. Oh, guess they were AFK.
Get ready for the next
Oh
battle.
no. Oh, no Devil Jin. I can handle Huarang, but Devil Jin is just dumb fuck stupid.
Round one. Fight.
Goddamn, sorry. Ooh. Damn, on the ground. Shit.
Fight.
Nice stuff. I was blocking though. That's right. Oh ho ho! Goddamn!
Fight.
I'm dead. Going against Devil Jin is just unfun.
Round one. Fight.
Yeah, sure.
Fight.
Wow. That's a lot faster than I thought. What? Wow.
Fight. Round four. Fight.
Uh-oh. Nice with punish. I ducked. I ducked. I didn't duck. That's guaranteed? Yeah, it just
Get ready
shows
for the next battle.
how dumb fuck stupid Devil Jin is. fucking hell, that's guaranteed. I was holding back. Like, I know everyone is like strong in this game, but Devil Jin's is something else.
Get ready for the next battle.
Gonna love a hell suit that leaves you head up, face toward them. No, face up, head towards them. That's like the worst situation.
Round one. Fight.
Nice quick punish. I ducked. Good shit.
Round two. Fight.
Nice punish. Woohoo! Oh. Oh no, holy shit. That was knowledge check.
Fight.
Nice, that's a good punish. Oh, I thought I broke it.
Round one. Fight.
Oh god.
Round two. Fight.
We take those.
Round three. Fight.
Oh, nice. Plus. Nice. Damn, okay.
Round 4. Fight.
I'll do it again. Oh. Woohoo! Oh, I'm dead. Oh my god! That dog was so scary.
Round 1. Fight.
Ow. We take those.
Round 2. Fight.
Woohoo. Oh god. Plus.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, I didn't break it. Is that 1+2 break? Oh, low? Good shit.
Round 4. Fight.
That looks like a high. We take those, we take those. No one expects the downfall downfall 1-2, delay 1+2.
Get ready for the next battle.
Honestly, I feel like around this rank, I just need to have knowledge of characters. Like which move to fucking duck and shit like that.
Get ready for the next battle.
3-2 duck?
Round 1. Fight.
Damn. I thought it was- What?
Round
shit. Holy shit. What? Schmicks? Damn, fearless Paul, holy shit. You suck! Wow, this guy's just press buttons, huh? I think that was a death fist. Good shit. Oh, nice. Interesting Paul. A very troll Paul, but I'll see what I can do.
Round one. Fight.
I broke it, what the fuck?
Round two. Fight.
Nice.
Round three. Fight.
They don't care.
You win.
I don't think they're gonna run. Yeah.
Again.
And Kuma again?
Round one. Fight.
Uh-oh. Should be more patient. Oh, it's a high. Oh, nice. Good shit.
Round two.
Oh, having some humility? Damn, nice. Character development right there. Rose? Oh god. Guaranteed. They really don't care about my charge moves. Good shit.
Round three. Fight.
Oh, that was plus. Oh, I can react to that, really? Oh no. Oh. No, good shit. Nice, see? Good call. Hell yeah, that was GG.
Get ready for the next battle.
Looks like there's a lot of people playing now.
Get ready for the next battle.
Goomba to Goomba. I think Jin, the only problem is the demon paw.
Round one.
Like, that's a huge problem. For me, anyway. That's punishable.
Round two. Fight.
Nice punish. Nice patience. Oh, good shit. Ooh, that's actually kind of cool. Good shit.
Round three.
Healed by 1+2.
Fight.
Big Jeff. Careful.
Round four. Fight.
Momentum is very important.
Round one. Fight.
Armor. Nice punish. Careful. That's a punish and a half? Cool. What a block. Nice. Good call.
Round 3. Fight.
+4. Why?
Round 4. Fight.
Nice. Oh, I'm dead. Is that Leon? I just realized that's Leon. What are you doing?
Get ready for the next battle.
It's honestly so rare to see a patient play. Fine.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, habababa. Hey, Merv. I've been attached to. Oh my god, there's 2 kobolds now.
Round 1.
Hi, Merv.
Fight.
Hope you're doing good. Oh. You okay? Oh. Jails. Oh, good shit. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good, Merc.
Fight.
No punish.
Round 3.
I have to duck that. Nice. I should react to that. Let's go. That was kind of fun. Fair enough. They missed input the slide twice. Let me try this. Almost. By broken them. Oh my god. Mid? Oh my god, I got green ranked. I actually got green ranked. I can't even punish the normal moves.
Round one. Fight.
Your shotgun? I didn't bring shotgun. What is that? Actually good. Stop. Get assed. It jails. Oh wow, I went into it. Achua! Oh no, I didn't break it. Oh shit! We're going down! Didn't finish it? Oh no, I was too late. Get knowledge checked. No shotgun, me disappointed. The shotgun doesn't give me too much damage, sadly. If I'm playing like against someone else, like my friend just now, I shotgunned them multiple times. It was fun.
Round one. Fight.
Achua! Achua!
Round two. Fight.
What? You wanna do that move? Nice patience. You know that move that's safe, right? Oh, I fist spun. Achua!
Round three. Fight.
It's cool. What are you doing? Ass? That's unsafe!
You win.
Sorry, I'm still coughing. Play some Tekken games, but I never became a big fan of it, and I never see much difference from the games before. If the stream didn't say Tekken 8, I would have no idea if it's 8, 7, or 6. Oh, really? Because to me, it's a huge difference between 6, 7, and 8. Like a huge difference. But then again, I'm a Tekken fangirl, so I can understand.
Get ready for the next battle.
Katsu? There's so many Katsu. Kumai.
Round 1. Fight.
Ooh, they got the sauce. They got the go to the sauce, or not? Oh. Oh my god.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. That's a heat thing? Nice punish. I didn't break it. Nice mate.
Round 3. Fight.
Patience. Guaranteed. Oh! Nice. The green pants, I think she's trying to do Merry Christmas. Look at the patience. Oh, that's unbreakable. That's unbreakable then. No, that's breakable. It's February. I know. Come on, I broke it. Is that a punish? I think so. Not dead yet. Now I'm dead. I love Reina's fighting stuff, but I hate her personality. I mean, it's sort of Heihachi-ish, so I get that.
Round 1. Fight.
I'm just gonna do it raw. I'm dead. Good punish. Oh, they don't care. Oh. That's bad. Woohoo! Good try. Oh my god, my 1+2 button. What the hell? Let's punish. The duck. I cannot be Heihachi because of weird hairstyle. Yeah, the V. Oi! What the fuck? What the fuck? I ducked. Nice. Get down. Oh, range? Oh no. Dude. Good thing the character auto blocks when no buttons are pressed. Neutral block. A fun fact. In Tekken, neutral block is a few frames slower than actually holding back. So in some weird cases, if you don't hold back, neutral block will not block. I don't know how to. Yeah, controller. I don't have. Okay. It auto blocks. I don't know how to. I don't know how to like mimic the situation where the neutral block doesn't block. But yeah, there are some cases where neutral block is too slow. Enjoy the more fast-paced Dead or Alive games. That's fair.
Round one.
They did make Tekken 8 to be more fast-paced. Good chat. Ready? Nice delay. Big Jack. Oh!
Round two. Fight.
And plus.
Round three. Fight.
Nice. counter hit. Oh! Nice. I cannot react that low.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh! Come on, I broke it.
Final round. Fight.
Damn. Nice punish. I'm doing it. Oh! No. I'm if the electric hits, I could have won. But good shit. Yeah, Steve is still very scary. Especially for Kuma when close range is kinda hard. But we'll see.
Round 1. Fight.
Nice. Oh, I thought I have no patience. We take those.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, I didn't break that. Sorry. Got break. Oh. And goddamn. Stop. Ooh. They actually didn't expect that. They didn't expect that to hit.
Fight.
Oh, nice. Nice. Guarantee. Hello. Nice punch. Nah, we don't take that. Hi, Perry. I'm doing pretty okay. Still a little bit sick, and things are going pretty okay now. Yeah.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice punch. Nice patience, holy shit. Nice. That's a wave punish and a half. Doing a lurky schmirky. Okay. Have a good lurk, merp. Yeah, I'm doing pretty okay now.
Round 1.
I hope you're doing good too, Perry.
Fight.
Nice. Guaranteed. The damage. We punish those.
Round 2. Fight.
Damn, nice. Stop. We take those.
Round 3. Fight.
Ducking. Nice. Oh! High crush. Oh, I'm dead. Good rage art.
That's a knockout. Good night.
Good night. Can have patience, man. We take those.
You win.
Doing good. Began a crochet project of Umbreon, just modifying it a little bit. Nice. That reminds me, my sister likes to do crochet as well. But since she's a teacher and also like a tuition teacher, she's kind of busy. But it's like whenever she got a chance to do it, she will always like do crocheting. It's so fast. Oh, I forgot about this mid. That's a really good mid. -4 on block, 12 frames. No range though. It's a good way to pass the time when you get something cute in the end as a reward. She made a few, and I think that's pretty cute too. Like she especially likes Pokemon. I think she made a few. If I remember correctly, it was Charmander, Squirtle, and one other one that I don't remember. A shaky bear. It's kind of funny how Kuma has really bad sidestep.
Get ready for the next battle.
Dean, I'm dead. Eevee, Umbreon, Espeon, Jirachi, Lugia, Kyogre, Mew, Kimeko? That's so much. I'm on round start. That's good shit.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, nice. Great. Done jab. Damn, that down two is insane.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, I pressed one. Chess two. Ooh, we can play. Ah! Damn, the down two is insane.
Round 4. Fight.
Good punish. Oh, nice. Ooh, damage. Oh, I didn't break that? Damn, Jin is so insane. I mean, there's Jin, there's also Devil Jin. I think Devil Jin is way worse. One Pokemon from the list, but oh no.
Round 1.
I like Lugia. Oh my god, it's a launcher! I cannot stab. I have no patience. Stop that shit. Woohoo! I forgot about that. I'm dead. Raychart? Oh, no Raychart? Okay. That tracks is insane, oh my god!
Round 2. Fight.
I need to stop pressing buttons when I get hit. You and your down two. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. High mid crush down two. Oh, I actually stepped. Oh no. You're down 2, goddamn.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice hop kick. +4. Oh, I cannot step it. We take those.
You win.
Now remember, I'm a dominator. Zorua, oh. Zorua kinda cute.
Fight.
You know that I know that string now, huh? Ass. Stop that, I know how to punish it. I told you. Help! Get kicked.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice hop kick, I hate it. I just blocked on round start. Yeah. I cannot stand. I'm dead. You you punish a punishable move with a punishable move.
Fight.
We take those. Stop. Oh, the hop kick. Don't do a move. Nice bait.
Round 4. Fight.
I should have done that. No, down 2. Oh my god. I died. Oh my god. I'm getting destroyed. Oh, the range! Phantom range! Woohoo! I thought I could interrupt that.
Final round.
God damn.
Fight.
He has to come to this, huh? I ducked. Don't know why. Hell sweet, good shit. Bitch, I'm dead! Good call, good call. I panicked. I panicked 200%. Oh, that down 2 is really hard to deal with. Zorua is very
Ready for the
adorable.
next battle.
Yeah, it came to final round. That was good. That was good. Oh no 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 no! Wi-Fi 4 bar is a heckin' nightmare. No, please. Ass. Ass. Wait, I think I can make him dance. That's not it. This? And I think when I make them, is it this? I forgot what button it is. Oh, hi Bailey. Bears? Yeah. We have bears in this game. Is this? No. This? It's not this. It's not this. No, there was one point that I can stomp on them. Oh! It's just this! It's not guaranteed, by the way. Is that panda character still alive, or is this just a bear skin? No, it's actual character. Bear is good now. Bear is viable. Bear is so viable in online play now. And then they also have like a polar bear skin if you want.
Get ready for the next battle.
Dean. The bear being a joke in Taken 2 but can't recall. I think it is.
Round one. Fight.
Oh my god. It's unpunishable. It's a safe. You're telling me I have to low parry that shit? I'm doing it. Ow!
Round two. Fight.
Stop. Okay.
Round three. Fight.
Nice. We punish those. I couldn't believe I got checked by that. Ass. Nice hop kick. Oh my god, my ears are bleeding. What the fuck? Good. Eat a trick, eat a trick. Love me some bear electrics. Bear is so fireable now, I'm so happy. I wanted to main Kuma in Tekken 7, but it's just so bad.
Round one. Fight.
Oh, I thought there's a count hit. Nice. Stop! Don't do that!
Round two. Fight.
Oh, down two! Oh! Oh, that far, huh? I should have got that. Nope. Nyek, nyek, nyek. Oh, damage!
Round three. Fight.
Ow. No! Hell sweeps a launcher in this map! Yeet! I'm doing it. Yeah. Ass. Good pop. Yeah. Hell sweep. Nah, what are you doing? Yeet.
You win.
Nice, we take those.
Get ready for the next battle.
I think Bear back then has only one strength. It's the long reach. the only character that has like long reach jabs are bears. That was the only strength, and also like the strong down for 2-1. Very good whiff punisher. That's pretty much it back then. But now we have so many good shit. Nah. All the stands have been buffed, I think. Yeah, especially with the heat engager. Bear electrics are dumb fuck busted. I love it. combo damage is now insane. Because back then you would think that in Tekken 7 bears would do a lot of damage, but no. I think bear even with like the proper down for 2-1 launcher can only do like 60 something damage. Sorry. But now without walls, bears can do like 70 something damage. With walls, a lot more, I think. 90 something? Yeah. And with Rage, I think I can do even more. $91 without wall. $106 with walls. Yeah, Bear can do stupid damage now. too many hits. Maybe if I do... Oh, wait. Oh, no. Okay, that works. Damage. Oh. So back to 1 and 2 S deals more damage. Okay. I don't know if that's guaranteed. It kind of feels guaranteed. Wake up, backwards, side ukemi. Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, can be tech roll out. No, why is everyone using Wi-Fi? Yeah, no. I guess it's only good at war? Yeah, I get a free wall combo pretty much. Where? $41 damage grab. I feel if I do too much of this grab, my D-pad will be destroyed even even faster. I mean, I could use the analog stick to do it. Sort of. No one's playing. Oh, fair enough. It's dinner time. It's already 6:30.
Get ready for the next battle.
First Azucena, I'm a little bit scared. People have been saying that Azucena is like a huge problem in this game. And so is Devil Jin. So these two characters like the problematic characters to go against. You're not Azucena, what the fuck?
Round one. Fight.
Oh no, what the fuck is this? Good dodge, holy shit. Nice punish. What? Fucking Wi-Fi, it's so bad, I regret. Nice mid. Come in, Stu. We take those. You have knowledge check, I have knowledge check as well. Nice punish. Ooh, mid. I'm dead. Me? Oh! Damn, and the war is gonna have to deal with. Nice check. We take those. Great combos.
Final round. Fight.
See? Oh, nice. Ooh. Nice chat.
Crearé el café perfecto para ti.
Round one.
I'm just gonna armor. Oh, they know the punish. I cannot sight that. I should punish with a launcher. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Round two. Fight.
Nice. Oh, third hit. I got checked. I also have some check.
Round three. Fight.
Oh, Oh, that wall splats. Uh-oh, Wi-Fi, 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 Wi-Fi. Nice, good low. Whoa! Nice.
Final round. Fight.
There's some knowledge checks too. Ciao. Café.
One. Fight.
Café. Café. Oh. What the patience? Nice. Oh, I thought I broke it. Oh my god, what is this? Nice, I ducked. I did that too, you fuck.
Time up. Round 2. Fight.
Nice punish. I ducked. Ooh, what a duck, they know. Nice punish. I got checked!
Round 3. Fight.
Oh god, that move is cancer. That's safe? Oh, nice, I'm dead. Oh! Ah, you cannot just lose your guard like that. Come on, you gotta finish me off, man.
Fight.
Good conversion. Oh no, it's not that punishable. Good duck. That was actually beautiful. Ay, Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi! What the fuck? Asshole, my inputs are getting eaten by White Pie. Oh, I'm salty about that shit. Fuck you.
Get ready for the next battle.
My electric input's getting eaten. What the fuck, man? Oh, I'm pissed. That shit sucks. Never again. Never Wi-Fi again. Wow, holy shit, the Muslim prayer is so loud.
Get ready for the next battle.
I think this might be my last one. Yeah, it's 639. 639. The fish missile will never not be amusing. The fish missile is perfect.
Round one. Fight.
Why are you trying to do Marn's leg over and over? God damn, can you stop? Ben, hope I didn't punish that well. Nice. Guaranteed. Plus. Plus. My god, man. Plus. Big jab. Big jab? Big jab? How many big jab are we gonna do? Stop that shit.
Round three. Fight.
Nice mid. I think that's a setup more. I'm dead. Ooh, okay. I think that kills. Let's go. Okay.
Round four. Fight.
Nice. Hi. That is fucking annoying, dude. What in fuck's name am I supposed to do? What the fuck? I duck. What the fuck, man? Oh, that pissed me off, man.
Round
Fuck.
one. Fight.
Oh, hi, Solar. Big jab? You and your fucking dick jabs, man.
Round 2. Fight.
Ugh. Dick jab? Dick jab? Oh my god, man!
Round 3.
Misinput. Fuck. It doesn't work on bears. Big jab? Oh my god, nice punish. Chica! Yeah. Shut the fuck up, dude! Get out. Give me that win streak. Fucking Hwoarang. My god, Hwoarang. But I have to clarify though, Hwoarang is just obnoxious. It's not as bad as Devil Jin and yeah, Devil Jin. Devil Jin is just the worst. You have no hope against Devil Jin. Guild Wars 2 now allows you to become a Durg? Like a Durg race I can play?
Round 1.
Shit.
Fight.
Nah. I am dumbfounded. What the fuck? Bro. Wrong punish. Nice. Looks like someone's panicking more than me. Yep. Oh, you're posting gaming? Okay. Oh my god! Oh shit. Oh my god. Big chat? Oh my god, that's so fast! You do it again? I pressed it, I actually pressed it. Wow. It's actually kind of sad how my controller doesn't doesn't register 1+2 as much.
Get ready for the next battle.
If I need a guaranteed throw break, let me I'm changing special style to 1+2 because fuck it, my 1+2 input is bad. It's only on this controller. It's so, you see, that's 1+2. It's so inconsistent. That's 1+2. That's 1+2. That's 1+2. That's 1+2. That's 1+2. It's inconsistent. So now I have a button dedicated to break throws. Okay. L1 is breaking 1+2. Yeah, yep. Hi, Lex. Yeah, Huarang is just obnoxious to deal with. It's insane. Oh, it's like a skin that allows you to become a Dirk. It's not really like a Dirk race.
Get ready for the next battle.
I'm gonna assume it costs money. That looks pretty good. It's like red. Beach.
Round 1. Fight.
Everyone has a win streak. What the fuck? Everyone I fought against is like a win streak of some sort. Nice, I ducked. I did. Ow, holy shit. Big jab? Nice. Hope you're doing good next. Nice. I press a button. I have no patience. I didn't duck. Not differentiable. Oh fuck. Oh!
Round 3. Fight.
You 10-hit string? I thought. Oh my god.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh. Oh shit, what the fuck is that? Getting noise checked. Oh my god, what kind of low is that?
You lose.
What the fuck kind of low is that?
Round
Okay, I need to break
1.
throws at least.
Fight.
Ooh, okay. Whoa. Nice.
Round 2. Fight.
Big jab. Oh my god, it's so fast. Oh, almost ducked. That's a high, right? That's not a mid. It's a mid? Oh, yeah, dude. Come on, man. I broke that shit. Should stay on the ground. Oh my god! Oh no, oh no. Good call. Let me try something. This is getting out of hand. The lowest of low, so low it goes on the ground. It kinda does. There's no way, right? I was pretty consistent with my throw break this morning. I mean, honestly, just sorry. Anyone would do.
参りましょうか。
Get ready for the next battle.
I think I can set this up kinda okay. Give me a second. Training mode, defense. Are these throws? Genjitsu, Miare. Yeah, there it is, throws. So these are two break. One plus 2 break. One plus 2 break, 1 plus 2 break. It's fine. And then like a generic throw. And then we have to set some actions that does some low or some shit. Okay, which one is low? Okay, you know what? Record. Start B to start recording. Okay. Yeah, this one. Okay. Isn't that button to start? Wait, how the fuck? Okay. What? I don't know. Down back. Okay, this one. So I have a list of things that the opponent will do. And then I just play. Maybe I'm just bad. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm so slow. Yeah, this is a 1+2 break. Oh, that's 1+2. That's 2. That's 1+2. Oh, that's 2 break. One plus 2. That's 2. That's 1+2. Okay, maybe I'm really bad at throw breaks. Yeah, I'm really bad at throw breaks. Just accept it. I need to practice. Anyway, there's one thing I want to change. Is this shit. Well, it's been proven that I'm pretty bad at the fucking throw breaks. Let me try again. Oh, I wasn't ready. Oh, that looks confusing. Oh, that's generic, bro. The 1+2 is a little bit hard to see. It looks like it's 2. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of 2-ish. Wait, let me recognize. Okay, 1, 2, 2. 2? Oh! Okay. Okay. Sorry, that's 2. I wasn't ready. That's 1+2. Yup, 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 yup. Oh, that's 2. It's 2.
Yarp.
Oh.
Yep.
Yep.
It's too hard to recognize. Oh, we're yipping.
Yep, yep.
Yup, 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 yup. We're yipping.
Ooh, shiny.
Yep.
I think.
Yep, yep.
Yep.
Yep, yep.
I think Streamboard cannot recognize TKK's file. It's a different file format. I can change it.
Yep. Yep, yep.
Yeah, it's been proven that I'm
Yep, yep.
pretty bad at throw breaks.
Yep, yep.
I should practice more then. And throw breaks
Yep.
wise. Yup, yup, yup. I need to recognize the hands. But I think I want to take a little break. Actually, I want to take a break. I'll stop here. I got a little bit salty towards the end there because I had Wi-Fi. Go look at gaming channel. I looked at it. I did. I looked at it. It's here. See? But then again, it's just char. It's just char in dragon armor, or dragon skin, sort of. It looks so expensive. As much as I want it. It looks so expensive. I don't want to use too much money for now. But I have to say though, that Dirk looks really good. You know what? I need some Neko Atsume. Look at this. Oh, that's so good. It's not actually know how to get a helmet at least. Dirk in shining armor. Actually, a character reskin, I think. Actually designed to move. It's a main reward from the current festival. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, honestly, the dragon looks good. It does. Oh, Ixon is streaming. Let's go. IRL the game? Is IRL the game is just like an IRL? The hammer, on the other hand, might be slightly expensive. I'm not surprised if it's expensive, because it is a free-to-play game.
Yark!
Oh. Only in-game expensive? I don't need to spend real money on it? Like, I don't need to spend USD on it? I think only the wings are gem store expensive in the whole look, so I can use in-game currency to buy the things. Oh, I'm very surprised. Then maybe. Gosh, there's so many games I want to play though. Fuck. I haven't played Elder Scrolls Online in a while too. Crap. I don't know. How much is this? Guild Wars 66.66 gigabyte. 66.66 gigabyte of a game. Maybe. Maybe I'll play for a little bit. The eternal struggle. I know, right? Armor might be tough to get. If it's tough for you, I'm still just a baby. Let me just summon Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Keep Pippi her token. Keep Pippi her token. I think as much as I want to keep doing this, it's a little bit hard lately because I've been thinking about this for a while, ever since that passed. I feel like I should really try harder. I don't remember exactly how to get it. It's either a reward for 10-year account or just a set of achievements that celebrate the game for being 10-year-old. No, I won't. It's just I feel like I need to get a grip somehow. Financial wise, right? So I've been thinking maybe I should do like gosh, I don't know. It feels weird saying this. I've been thinking about doing Earth. Doing more Earth, I can offer more sculptures for other people, I guess. I won't burn out. I'll try my best. But I'll see. With this, I'm probably gonna change the schedule a little bit. It's not gonna be too much. I was thinking about like maybe like the first half of the stream would be just art, and then the second half of the stream would be just me playing games, so that I will not get burned out from art too quickly. But I don't know. That's like the initial idea. Maybe the subject to change. Yeah, art and games could be fun, right? It's not just. It's not bad. You were wrong in a good way about what? Although introduced by the Guild Wars 210 anniversary event, these achievements and rewards are permanently available. Oh, permanently available? Maybe. Just a maybe. God, there's Power World as well. Fuck. I don't know. I cannot decide. It's hard. I want to play Power World, but Guild Wars 2 is Dragons. It's difficult. I'm just gonna raid out first. Of the whole armor look, only the wings and hammer are genuinely expensive. I mean, wings? I get it. Apparently you have the full set. And then the shiny stuff is in-game expensive too. Is it like, do I have to access the Blood Lion company or something like that? Do I have to like access to in-game market? Thanks for stream. You're welcome. Thanks for being here with me. Only for the wings, okay. So the rest is like an NPC sold item. Is that it? No, it's not really just like real money. You know, like there's a... What do you call that? You can? No, I cannot, because I have no access to that function because I didn't buy any expansion at all. I tried it. I cannot. I need to at least have one expansion. Yeah. Imagine having enough money. True. Yeah, the free-to-play experience, which I totally understand why they do that. Yeah, they do have a free-to-play mode, which it's pretty good. Right, let me type in the raid first. Raid and fire. Tomorrow, maybe I'll be doing... Oh god, what do I do? Ooh, Resident Evil? Continuation of Resident Evil, maybe? Probably, I can do that. I can do Resident Evil. I haven't finished it yet. Yeah, let's do it. Do Derg. I don't want to play Guild Wars 2 on Strum. Don't ask which Derg. Oh, you mean do Derg? What if a Derg do me? Okay, I'll stop. Do Ayo? Ayo? Okay, I already typed in the raid. I promise I'm okay. I'm having I'm having medicine now. It's actually a lot better now. I'm not coughing way too much. I'm still coughing, but not way too much. Guild Wars 2 is pretty streamable but might not suit your usual game style. It kinda is. But then again, I did play Palworld on stream, so... a little bit? Just a little bit? I tried it once. I remember streaming Guild Wars 2 back then. Created a character on stream as well. Let me see. Yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything. I'm... sorry. I'm gonna go take a break. Maybe eat more medicine. If people follow fighting games and you play an MMO, might be a bit weird, but as far as MMO go, it's not bad to stream, in my opinion. That's very fair. But then again, I don't really just play fighting games. Me doing streaming is pretty much just me doing whatever I want. Which is kind of selfish. I don't have like a exact genre that I stream. I don't. I usually just see a game that I want to play and I just do it. How do you make your own brand so rude? I cannot believe it. Can you believe this, Kobo? God damn it. Making your own brand? Really? Genre is variety. The best genre. We love variety. But I think variety, for me it's a variety with a bit of a focus on fighting game, I guess. Or maybe with a bit of a focus on Tekken 8.
Yep, yep.
Genres, yep, perfect. It's the perfect genre. I cannot yip too much for now. Yep.
Yep.
Kobo dying. Kobo will go lie down.
Yep.
Alright. I'm ready to raid. Hi again, Perry.
Cowboy, fuck Yep. yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, how can I forget about that? Fuck. Well, before I forget, I should shout out a few people. Give me a second. I remember Nexus. I remember... well, I don't remember, but Perry is here. The Brains. Also, we're raiding to Ixon, so of course. There. The Brains. Go follow them. They're amazing. They're also Draken. Go rest so you don't die. I'll be really sad. I won't die. I won't. It's just cough. It's fine. Okay, let me type in the raid again. Okay, I'm ready. So, before the raid, cough is bad. It is. It honestly is. Hello and welcome. Daniel Blessing. Hi. Thanks for the follow. I'm about to raid out. If you want, you can join us with the raid. Thanks for streaming. It was fun watching Kuma beat up peeps. Yeah. I'm glad too. It was fun. It was really good. It was really great. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Okay. Here comes the raid to Ixen. Boom. And get plenty of friends. I will. No, you cannot just do no yip. No, we must yip. Love your face. What? You know what? Love your face too. Trucken face good. Oh yeah, we had read Chinese. That's a raid message if you want. I just had lunch belly full. Nice. Bird did some serious damage with bare arms very well for our minimal very good bear time of the bare necessities. Hopefully lunch was good. And join us with the raid. Here's the raid message. Of course you can use whatever emote you guys want, it's totally fine. Just try not to use more than 4. Don't want to flood the chat box too much. Was very nominal. Nice. I'll see tomorrow. Maybe I'll continue my Resident Evil playthrough. It has been a long time. Yeah, most likely. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Be safe, everyone. Smooches. Bye bye. Bye bye.